Hello and welcome everyone to August Accountability Overflow Sprints. It's actually the last, the last August regular stream I'm doing for August because August is almost over. I do have a 12-hour stream on Saturday in support of the August 80K, 48K, 18K, and then we're in September and I have a kind of different setup for the rest of the year. But if you don't know me, my name is Shanon. I write under the pen name of S.E. Huston, the author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers, A Curse of Wings and Gems, and the Clash of Goddesses series. And the goal of this stream is a bit low-key. I'm not on screen, which actually saves me lots of time because I don't have to set up the studio and I did brush out my hair, but sometimes I don't have to brush out my hair if I didn't have to put the kid on the bus or whatever. So I don't have to do all the things to get ready just to be on screen. And I know some people are probably more relaxed than me when it comes to getting on screen, but I can't seem to get over my own little routines and habits when I want to show up on screen. So there it is. Save a little bit of time. So I'm a little low-key productive. But you can use these sprints for whatever you need. They are 1 hour long. And, you could do it for reading. Did I say reading or did I say writing? Whichever way. One of those two or both, housework, coursework, day job, or just taking care of you. And I do use the sprint time to focus because focus issues. And that means I won't be in the chat until the breaks, but then I love to catch up with everyone, see how everyone's doing. What are you working on today? I am working on, it's going to be all admin again for me today. I did all admin yesterday. I was working on my Faded Adventures, just trying to find images to put with the online portions. And I wasn't liking some of the images. So I spent a lot of time yesterday in my graphic design program, changing the images and doing different things. But, excuse me. So, but I realized, there's like 2 or 3 days left in August. There's not many days left in August. And I owe a video for Later Press as part of my sponsorship for the AuthorTube Writing Conference. And I've been wanting to get on Later Press anyway. So this is one of my things on my author list I wanted to check off was to get onto Later Press. So my video is going to be me getting onto the platform for the first time. And so I've already been taking some notes this morning about how I want to do it. So I'm going to finish up my notes, and then I'm going to go ahead and start screen recording my process. And then I'll do what do they call that? Voiceover. And of course, then I'll probably film a little bit for my intro and whatnot and come on screen for different parts. But so I'm just working on that. I haven't made a video in quite a while. I mean, I've done my podcast videos, but that's recorded and then I just edit. I don't add anything special to the videos. I just kind of edit out pauses and whatnot. So this one's going to be a little bit different with having screen recordings and making sure I've got everything I need. And I'm going through all my book data as well. So I have multiple things going on my big screen. So I have 2 screens here. On my big screen, I've got my book blurbs pulled up and my spread Excel sheet, making sure that all my information is up to date for all my books, while I'm also watching videos on Later Press to make sure I'm capturing everything I'm going to need and making notes about what I want to say. So I've already been doing that this morning. So my focus issues they're pretty tight, but they're on several different things with the Later Press video that I'm trying to come up with. So yeah. So first I went in was Kat. Good morning. I woke up late for me this morning. So just getting back from my morning walk. So this first sprint will be about taking a shower and getting my smoothie. Sounds yummy. I just did get a second cup of coffee. And then Eva came in. Hello, good morning. I will be working on answering discussion questions for my live chat with my friend Alex. She and I run the Bookworm Club, and we'll be discussing Deacon King Kong on her channel tonight. Oh, if you want to drop a link, please feel free to drop the link. Wait, today is Wednesday. So is that after your live stream tonight? Right? No, today's not Wednesday. Oh, crap. I missed your live stream last night. Oh, gosh. I had the wrong day. Today's Thursday. Oh, I'm so sorry. You had a live stream, right? I don't know how I missed it. I was in JC's, but I missed yours. I am so sorry I missed your live stream. Okay, never mind. I'm so sorry I missed it. Vanessa is, I didn't spell also right. Also sprinting right now. If anyone wants to go over there and say hello. Good morning. Good morning, Kendra. How are you doing? Hopefully better than me losing days here. I have a doctor appointment today, so I'm mostly just waiting for that. I like getting my appointments in the morning because if not, I do spend the whole day okay, it's coming. I've got a doctor's appointment. It's coming. The time anxiety starts setting in. But now that, that's how I used to do it when I first started doing writing full time. But now that I do live streams in the morning, now I try to make sure all my appointments are Friday mornings, which means every Friday I have an appointment because I have something going on all the time. But twiddle thumbs. That's the way I feel. Yes, streamed yesterday. No worries. Oh, Lord. I can't believe I missed it. It was in my head today. Okay. Got to catch Kat's video or live stream today. So then when you said you had a live stream tonight, I was like, wait, but oh gosh, I'm so sorry. I will go put it on for view. How about that? I will be half listening, but I'll put it on for view. I think my computer is working better now. I plugged it straight into the wall because I took it to the computer repair shop right after the Author Tutoring Conference. And they said they threw everything at it they could. And they even kept it an extra 24 hours and threw even more stuff at it and didn't charge me extra for it. They said they couldn't find anything wrong with my computer. They could see where it had crashed. They said they saw all the logs in the computer. I don't know where they saw that at, but it's on the computer, I guess, every time it crashed. But they don't know what caused it. They couldn't figure it out. And no matter what they did, they couldn't figure it out. And so they asked me my setup. And I said, yeah, I plug into a power strip. And they said, well, maybe you need a new one. I said, actually, I just bought the new one. And I was thinking that might be the issue. So it's brand new. It's supposed to be super high speed. And they said, well, the other thing is if you continue having problems, before coming back in, try to plug it directly into the wall. And so that's what I've done now. And which meant I had to take out a power strip and rearrange things in my room because I have lots of stuff plugged in here. But I haven't had any issues with it. So now I can watch multiple things, have multiple things happening. So I will put it on. I have Vanessa's on in the background right now. So I will go find yours, put it on just so you can get that view count. Alrighty. We're going to get back into it. I'm like I said, at the moment I am reviewing. I'm reviewing all of my book data because I have a spreadsheet with all my books, and I realized I didn't have any of my short stories on there, which I've had a few now that I don't sell. I'm about to sneeze. I feel it coming. So I'm like, hold on. Is it gonna come? Okay, I did. I sneezed. That's me. Okay. I have a few short stories I don't sell anywhere, but I give away for free to my newsletter. And I'm like, oh, I'll put these on Later Press just for free. If anyone comes across them, they can read them. And I've never added those to my sheet. So I was adding those to my sheet as well. Okay. There's a link for tonight. Deacon King Kong live chat tonight at 7 p.m. Central on Alex's channel. Thank you for sharing that. If I do not grab it now, I will forget. Like I forgot the day. And find the right button. Okay, that's Vanessa. That's my timer. There's my stream. Okay, I kind of pulled up. I do still sometimes forget. Even if I pull it up, I'll forget. And then I'll be like, what's this thing playing over here? Oh, yeah. I was going to go to that. And it's still going. Or sometimes I miss it, but it's there. Bless you. Thank you. All right. First sprint of the morning, 60 minutes on the clock. Now I got to find the right tab again. Now that I can have multiple tabs, I'm getting lost. Here it is. Okay. We'll get started in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. Yeah, it's time. How did you do? I never put the banner up there. Oh, well. Making progress. I'm still just going through and just updating all of my book information. And I bought all my own ISBNs, and I'm realizing that for some of my books, I didn't ever put a description in there for like every format. So I was like doing that. I'm like, oh, I'm like just updating every part of my author life, just trying to make one video. Anyways, see how you guys did. I don't know, Mark, where we left off. I think it was Sierra Cat said, yeah, streamed yesterday. No worries. I did pull that up and have that going right now. And then Dharma came in. Hello, good morning to you too. How are you doing? Are you writing today? Or well, editing today? Because I know you're still editing your the fantasy sapphic novel, sapphic fantasy. I'm not sure what order you put that in. You know, that really surprised me with so I went to a keyword workshop yesterday with Brian Cohen and his team. And so we're looking at keywords to publish books. And so, you know, I think of my genre as fantasy romance. It's fantasy romance. That's how you call it. But he says, you know, you want to put your genre in there in some of your keywords, but you want to do it however people are looking for it. And what I found is that people are searching not fantasy romance, but romance fantasy, which is really interesting. So, yeah. There's the link for Deacon. I did pull that up. Bless you. Oh, wait. I think I did this already. Did I skip over you, Dharma? I must have. I don't remember saying hello. If I did, I just said it again. So, thanks for letting me share, of course. And then Sam is printing right now, too, so I stopped over there. So I got hers up as well. Adeshle says, good morning, all. I'll be working on my not short story. How far are you? I know you were you were past the climax last week, if I remember correctly. And so you're now heading toward resolution and the end of the story. How much further do you think you have to go? You have such healthy, productive mornings. That's awesome, for sure. I think Kat seems to have it together. And it's like, okay, I got to do this, 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 and this, and let's do it. And I'm like, I'm going to do this, this, and this, and this. And I get sidetracked and I do something else. So I'll be taking someone doctor appointment today. So I get, Eva, twiddling the thumbs and waiting for it. Even though it's much later, my brain is super focused that I have to leave out the door later. LOL. That time anxiety. I have a feeling that afterwards my focus will crash. So time to get in the words that I can. Hopefully you got some words in. Hi, Roger. Excuse me. Hello, I'm making breakfast. We'll be writing after that. So hopefully, it's like 40 minutes ago. Hopefully you're able to get breakfast in and maybe start writing. I don't know how long your breakfast took to make. Joanne, hello. Good morning, everyone. Good to see you all. I'll be working on day job tasks and cooking brunch, and also brainstorm ideas for chapter 14 of Project Sugar and Spice too. Now I know your Sugar and Spice, your novel has gone through a lot of edits and been to an editor and whatnot. So is that what you're working off of those edits, or are you just like, oh, I need a new idea added in? I do that. And then sometimes I say, no, Shannon, you gotta be done with this book. Be done with it. Hey, Andy, how's it going? Hope all is well. Jocelyn, hello. Good morning. Are you writing today? Kat says, additionally, I'm trying. My morning walks really energize me and set the tone for my day. I believe that. Yeah. Oh my goodness, I'm tired. There's no reason why I shouldn't be sleeping, but I just have not been sleeping for the last few days. It's been several days now. I'm there in bed, but just not getting all the sleep I should. And I woke up a whole hour before my alarm. I was like, I could get up and just start working. I'm like, no, you have another hour. Get it. And I did fall back to sleep. I wasn't sure if I would, but Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays, I go to the gym. And Tuesday and Thursdays, my husband goes. We switch off because one of us has to get the kiddo ready for the bus and whatnot. So I put him on the bus now, but we have to get him. He has medicine. He's neurodivergent, so he has medicine he has to take in the morning with food, and so we have to go through all of that and get him prepared. And he's getting better with doing some of it himself now, but we still there to make sure that he gets it all. And I think he just likes it when I make his breakfast for him. And I'm like, he's my baby, so I know he can do it, but I still do it. But he does get himself dressed now, which is really cool. Good morning, Andy. 5:32 for Dashley. Nice word count. That's awesome to Kat. Good morning, Roger and Joanne. And I've only got a few more chapters. I wonder how long it's going to be. I know you said you were, shooting for 90,000 words, if I remember correctly. I'm so close. So close. 45 chapters / scenes, and it should be done. Yeah, how does that work for most of you guys? Most of my chapters are like a scene. Occasionally, they can be more than one scene if one scene is really short. Or what I've found is when I get really, really close to the climax, I'll have like one really long chapter. So most of my fiends, Lord, I can't talk today. Most of my scenes are, I would say, from between like 1,200 to 1,500 words. So that's what my chapters end up being. But then I always seem to have like one long chapter, like around 4,500 words is what it typically is. When I get closer and closer to the climax, that chapter sneaks in there. And it's like, both my last books are like, okay, I need to see if I can split this up because all my other chapters are shorter. And I can figure out where to split it up at. And I'll ask, I've asked critique partners, and I asked my alpha readers. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to make y'all sleepy with all my yawns over here. It's like, I cannot stop them from stop. No one's yawning. Where am I getting all these yawns from? No. Anyways, yeah. So I wonder, so Morgan Lee was my critique partner for a while, and we're gonna start back up again later this year. I'm so happy. And I would just really like analyze like how she does her chapters because it's so different than my approach, but it works. And it amazes me how we all have like a different process of how we do things, and it works for us. Well, I hope mine works for me. I mean, it works for me and for me personally. I don't know if it works for my readers, all my readers, but I suppose the ones who keep reading it works for them. But yeah, when I read her chapters are long, very long chapters. But it doesn't feel long. When you get into a chapter of hers, it does not feel like it's that long. And you get to the end of a chapter, and you're like, wow, so much happened. And I'm like, wow. So yeah, it's interesting. Made some coffee and printed question. I'm like, maybe I need to like pour this coffee down my throat, like open up wide and take it all down. I did get a second cup at the beginning of that sprint. No, I got the second cup right before I sprinted. Yeah, it was like within a minute before the sprint started. And it's almost done, but I'm still yawning over here. What questions? Oh, the questions for tonight. I did go check that out. I was wondering, since you said it was the Bookworm Club and with Worm, and I'm like, okay, what does that look like exactly? And I see the picture, and it has the dragon on there without the wings. There we go again, some more. So, what is Deacon King Kong about? I mean, you have King Kong, so I'm thinking like King Kong, but when I look at the cover, I don't get King Kong vibes. So I'm thinking this is something else. Author of The Good Lord Bird, winner of the National Book Award. Oh, wow. Not 90,000 then. I'm at 107,962 words for a 5,000 words short story. Oh my gosh. Adeshle. Yes. That's worse than me. When I had my not short story for my first Kickstarter, it was supposed to be a short story and it got longer. At least mine ended like at 70,000 words. You have a whole book there. You have a whole lot going on. Yes, that is it's not. I used to say my not short story. What did you call your not so short story? Crap! I just lost what I was going to say. Not so short story. So yours is like not so short story by a long mile or something. No, that's stupid. But I came up with something else in my head. It's just a second ago and I lost it already. It might come back later. I think I tried to write a scene per chapter. Okay, that's kind of like what I do, but sometimes I do chapter breaks. Yeah. Well, yeah, we've talked about this actually. I don't know if we talked about like what we do specifically for scenes, but you and I have talked about, I believe on a podcast episode that we did, where sometimes your chapters are not like a full scene, and this comes out of people who write film scripts and stuff. And actually, it was this very specific person who said it. Who was it? Was it the one who wrote? Was it Blake Snyder? No, was it someone else? I don't remember who it was now. No, it wasn't Blake Snyder. It was someone else. I can almost see his face, but it's been a minute since I've thought about him. And he's a film writer, and he talked about how, you can translate it to the page as well for novels and stories, where you enter a scene late and you leave early, and that's how you set up your chapters. Of course, for film it'd be a little bit different, but what that means is when you enter a scene late, the scene's already happening, so you're not starting like at the beginning of the scene, and you leave before it ends. So you leave before there's a conclusion to the scene, and that's a really great way to pull readers through to the next chapter. Serial writers are really, really good at doing this. I'm not very good at being a serial writer, but I do try to do that. I try to do that, not for every chapter though. So, because I found that, like, I was reading a book, this was a couple years ago now, that was following that kind of advice. And I don't know if they specifically following that advice on purpose, or it was just the way they wrote. But it felt like my heart never had a chance to stop, because I went from chapter to chapter to chapter to chapter. And I was like, okay, I don't have a breather. But it was good for pulling me through the chapters. And I thought, you know what? I think this is a good technique, but I don't think that it, for me personally, was not good to use for every single chapter. You do want to pull your readers through, but I think there are other techniques you can use to pull a reader through other than leaving before the scene ends. So I'll have to check out her stories then. That's cool. Yeah. I like her stories. She's got the 2 first books in her trilogy out. Now, if you want to wait until the 3rd book is out, 'cause some readers don't want to start a series unless they have the whole series out. I know that when we start working together again in December, I'm pretty certain that she's having me read her 3rd book again. So I had read, I don't know how much of her 3rd book the last time we were critique partners. I felt like we got at least the 50% mark. But she didn't really know what she was going to do for the ending. And we even met to talk about like ideas, just throw around ideas for what the ending would look like. I don't know what she ended up going with or what she chose. She did say she decided on something. So, but she's written other stuff in between. And so she kind of put that book on hold. And I think that's where we're picking back up with her book. So I think her goal might be to possibly publish it next year. That would be my guess. She has the book cover already made. It's a gorgeous book cover. I can't wait till the whole series is done. I have them in ebook, but when the whole series is done, I plan to buy the whole thing in paperback because beautiful covers. I think my chapter scenes aren't super long. Yeah, same for me. King Kong is the booze, the deacon. I'm thinking King Kong, decon. Let's recon this decon drinks. The deacon drinks. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So deacon. King Kong. Huh. It's not possessive. Deacon is not possessive. So it's almost like he is embodying this drink then. And he's not like Deacon and whatever his name is. He is the drink. He is Deacon. He's Deacon this drink, basically. Deacon King Kong. It's interesting. That sounds like a very literary novel. I didn't write anything, but I made a cover concept design image. Oh, that's cool. I have to put one together for my book cover designer. I was supposed to get her my briefing in April, and I kept not being able to get to it because I had too much going on with the conference. Things just kept coming up. And then we said, I found her, I just don't think I have it in me to get this done right now. And I was like, the book is not going to be published. It's not going to be this year. It's going to be next year or the year after. Anyways, for my next book cover. I was like, we got time. I said, I'll have more time between August and October. And she's like, okay, let's meet up then. And I still haven't reached out back to her, but I need to. So thanks for the reminder. Not so short story. Thank you. There was something I came up with. I was like, yours is not just not a short story, not so short story. Yours is a not so short story masquerading. So it's actually a novel masquerading as a short story, or it's a short story masquerading as a novel. That's what it is. It's a short story masquerading as a novel. That's not what I came up with earlier. I just now came up with that one. But there was something I came up with earlier that I can't remember. Awesome, kid. LOL. Re-scenes. I was just reading about that today. I think my last book did that fairly well. Oh, cool. Is your last book published? I feel like I don't know enough about your publishing background. I feel like I might have asked you that question though before. It's sounding somewhat familiar in my head, but I can't recall the answer. Maybe if I try flash fiction, I can get a novella done. It is published. Okay. You want to drop the link, please, to wherever you have it published? Yeah. You know what? That's another thing I need to do. I need to get hold of Natalie and Chandra. They do flash fiction once a month. They put it on hold for the Author Tube Writing Conference, and they were supposed to come back in July and do another one. And I had joined them for the last couple ones. They do flash fiction. So you come in with a prompt. They have the prompts and everything like that. And you have like 10 words you're supposed to try to include. And then they set the timer and we write for, I think it's a half hour. And whatever we get done, you're supposed to try to write a full story in that half hour. And that has really, really helped me. A fairy tale. It's urban fantasy, not fantasy. Oh, okay. Maybe that's why I don't remember it. I went to go click on it and then everything jumped on me. So sorry, I clicked on the further one. Sure, thanks. Yeah. So it's called Sons of Lilith, a fairy tale. I want to say furry. Why do I want to say? Maybe because tail. Like, it's very close to a furry tail, like a cat's furry tail. And I was like, I know I'm not reading that right. Oh, what's my phone? Oh, I should put my phone on silent. But there you go. I got it on silent. It was someone calling me. I don't know who they are, from New York. I don't know anyone in New York, so I'm not answering it. Yeah, I don't know what I was saying. I got distracted. Another character calls him Deacon King Kong. He has several different names. Sport Coat is another one. It's literary, set in late 60s in New York City. Wonderful characters with serious topics. Yeah. I'll let y'all talk about it and learn about the... I have not come across too many literary novels that have been able to keep my attention. And now I don't get around to really reading much other than my genre. Or if it's like a craft book or something to do with publishing or marketing. It's really how my time is taken now. He has several different names. It is interesting that he has different names. I love the idea of what names mean and how they can work in a story. So yeah, I've written 2 short stories in the last week. I wrote one on Saturday. I woke up, brainstormed it. I woke up with the idea, brainstormed it, and wrote it. And then started brainstorming one and started writing it on Sunday. And I finished that day before yesterday. Gosh, all the days are running together here. But like, I know, like my first story that I wrote on Sunday, like I brainstormed names. Excuse me. I brainstormed names. Because to me, names are important. So I made very specific names, and I never even put the name of the main male character into the story. No, I was like, he's just warrior everywhere. Now, I mean, there's a very specific reason why I didn't start off with his name. And we're all in the female protagonist's point of view. He knows who she is, and she doesn't really know much about him other than he's a warrior. And they have a friendly competition. And I was trying to say, what was I going to say? Well, I don't remember what I put in there. But anyway, she was like, I don't need to know your name. So it starts off that, which is good because he's the prince and hiding as a warrior. He's hiding his true identity, and someone else is playing him in the story. So she thinks, that there's this other guy over here. That's the prince, which she wants nothing to do with. And so he's just warrior in the beginning. And then I never worked his name in. And I'm like, yeah, that definitely needs revisions. I've not revised my short stories. I've just written them. And other than the first one, I did spend some time. I guess it's editing. It was like 11,000 words, and so I went through and just started cutting words and got down to 9,500. But I haven't done that with my second one. But I still need, and I think because in my head it's like I need to revise because somehow I need to get his name in here, his actual name. And I was like, I can't add more words because I'm trying to keep them all under an hour, which on Amazon 1 hour reads, it's approximately 10,800 words. And then you also have your front matter and your back matter that you have to count in there. So I was like, okay, I want to get it below 10,000. So when I put my back matter and front matter in there, I'm well below 10,000 because 10,800 words is approximate is what I'm finding. It's not coming from Amazon themselves. It's just what people are approximating the word count is for a 1 hour read. So I was like, I want to be below it so I could try and hit that category. On Amazon when I publish them. It probably won't be publishing them until like late next year or something, but I think I showed up to one of those. To the podcast episodes. Story origin. Oh, okay. That is the universal book link for where you can buy it. Nice. Okay. Have you thought about a Dutch light. I'm trying to find this and do two things at once. Have you thought about making a pretty link or short link? Oh, okay. No, it's not all but yeah, but still. But this is just one button. Okay, never mind. Because it would help you with, I'm thinking more like also to make it short because it's a really long link. But if you made a pretty link, then you could track how many clicks it got. And then you can make different pretty links, short links, that you could place in different places. So like, say like here on YouTube, you always give us the same link. That's a pretty link. So you can track how many people are clicking on it. Then you make a different one that you put like in your newsletter. And then you can track how many people are clicking on that. And this way you can see where your traffic is coming from when they go to your book. The Moonwatch Universe. Nice. Okay, so it has 3 books, or it's going to be 3 books? It has 3 books. Okay, cool. And you have a prequel on there related to the series. Oh, wow. Cool, cool. I just bought them. Right, funny, there is a video game where the guy, as far as I know, has just been known as the Doomslayer. The series has been out for decades, LOL. Oh, cool. I will check that out. The pretty link stuff, yeah. So the way you do that, though, you have to be careful because most of them, you can go to like, is it called pretty links? What am I using right now? I don't think it's called pretty links. There is a WordPress plugin though for that, but it does have a pricing. Some of them, a lot of these you can do for free. Yeah, I'm not paying for that. That's a lot of money. It's like $100 for a year for just the beginning. No, I don't. What do I use? Link shortener. I used to use Bitly, and I always recommend Bitly, but Bitly is tiny URL. Is what I'm using right now. So you have URL shortener, Bitly. You have to be careful with some of these. I did some research on it because I used to use Bitly all the time, and they just now started adding advertisements in. And the only way to not get the advertisements is to pay for it. So basically, when someone clicks on your link, it takes them to an advertisement first before they get to go to your book or whatever you have the link to. It doesn't have to be a book. Which I was like, well, I don't want that. That's like one click more that someone has to take to get anywhere. And if you're trying to sell a book, you don't want more clicks in there. You want to get them to your book. So I stopped using Bitly. And so now I'm using, and it's free to use tiny URL. But I think what's true with like all of these, if you're not paying for them, you can only have one link per URL. So like if you are trying to track just one URL, like just your book link in your newsletter and on YouTube or in Instagram or wherever you want to track these different places, you can't do that on just this one platform without paying for it. So you'd have to use like different ones. So you could do one through tiny URL and another one through Bitly if you want to try that out. But URL shortener is coming up. I don't know what this one is, but I remember when Bitly changed to the model of including an advertisement, I started researching it, and tiny URL was one of the few that I found that did not have advertisements. But I'm sure as the way things go is that eventually they're going to do ads, because if one's doing it, then another one's going to do it if they see it's making them money. So URL shortener, free tool by Contentino. Shorten URL, clean, shareable, perfect social media, 100% free, no login. So there's a few different ones here. These are all the things I've thought of. I'm telling you all the stuff I've thought of doing that I would like to do that I just have not done, only because I have a long list of author things I want to do. So I don't get around to it. And that's probably going to be one of the last things I do. I don't really push my books anywhere either. So it's not like I really need to use it somewhere, because I don't push my books anywhere right now. So yeah. The series meaning the video game. So if your character is just the warrior, it may very well work. It could, but he's actually the prince, which is in the title of the short story. It's called Wildfire and the Sun Prince, which he is the Sun Prince. So the warrior does not actually work very well. And he does have a name. I don't know. I wrote the second short story And that one was easier because like you know the names right away. But I never gave like the full house name, which was very important. The house is important to how the society is set up, and what actually has influence on what's happening in the story is how the house is set up. It's a clan actually, but so that's not given. And then I finally just worked it in with a scene that I knew I wanted to get in there where the female protagonist is a servant. It's basically lifelong servitude to this clan. And so she has their clan name, but the like the determiner before it is different. And I said it's very, very specifically set up as my moon fae. And so like the supreme leader of the clans, it's gosh, I forgot my own stuff. Because I got this other one. I think it's Dal, which means moon in Korean, if I remember correctly. Because it's a moon fae. Nope, here we go. I just opened my Obsidian where I have all of my names and what they mean and how they're phonetically pronounced because I am partially tone deaf. So yeah, it's Dal, Dal, and that is Korean for moon, and then Ibak, and that's for the royal clan basically, which means I comes from Turkish, which means moon, and I don't know how you say this other one. Ibak, Aibek is different from Ai from the Turkish, but is it? I don't know how you say it's Kyrgyz. It's a language. Kurgs. I don't know how you say that. That means moon master. So it's like the nobility for it is like the moon of the moon of the moon masters. And I just put it all together to mean that the moon masters basically. So, but servants are not giving Dal, they're giving Bel, which means belonging to. So belonging to the clan of the moon masters. So at one point she has to be reminded of her role in the clan. And so they ask her, what does your name mean? And so I was able to bring that in at that point. And I was like, I kind of wanted to get the house name. The only reason why I wanted to get the house name in there, Ibak, is because that is in my very first novella that I published in this world. That was part of my first Kickstarter as well, in which the very first words in my series, in my world, in this world, comes from the supreme leader, the queen, the moon fae queen, when she says her name, and you learn a little bit about the moon fae. So I always want to circle back to that and kind of tie back to it. And so I was able to do that with a short story, which is really cool. But they're not in the moon fae society. They're there with the dragons, the ice dragons. So you learn about the ice dragon society a little bit more than you do the moon fae. But in my short story, it's all moon fae stuff, which honestly, by the time that my series that I'm writing happens, the series I'm writing Kickstarter on, there's no moon fae left. They've all been wiped out. So it's interesting. My series has not been out for decades at all. LOL. Oh, okay. So I don't know what she meant by the series has been out for decades. Oh, you were making a joke. I'm sorry. It went over my head. I'm working through the suggestions my developmental editor left for me for Project Sugar and Spice. We're working on the book monthly since this past March. So I'm hoping next month will be the last. Fingers crossed. Anyways, thanks. I really appreciate you picking up my books. Yeah. Also, if anyone is interested, Culinary Confessions is 99 cents. It's a Tuesday for the ebook. Labor Day sale. Oh, I did forget about that. The Sun Prince. Yeah. Yeah. So he just becomes the Sun Prince. So he goes from the warrior to the Sun Prince by the end of the story. I could do that. Although I really did spend some time coming up with his name. Did I add it to my list here yet? I'm pretty sure I did add his name to my list. Not that we have to have it. Oh, I did not add him over here. So that means I just have it in my brainstorming document when I was still figuring out his name. It's like a Araneki, I think is what it is. No? Yes. So Sun Fae, it's a male-dominated culture, and then all their males are, especially when it comes to royalty and nobility, males have A names. And that's the Sun and Fire Fae, because they're part of the summer season, which is governed by two male gods. The sun god and the fire god are both gods. Then winter is moon and water, and they're governed by two female goddesses. So all of their female names start with A. And then it's the opposite So they're just the opposite of each other. So female names with A and male names with B. And they just flip for the two different seasons. The other two seasons, fall and spring, both have a male goddess and a female goddess governing the season. So there's more equality. But yeah, so if you come across an A name in my book, it's very likely they have a background from, if it's a fae, then most likely then that it's going to be their royalty or nobility. Doesn't mean that the ones who fall underneath that don't also have A and B names, but it's not as common. So, which then leads to how this clan in my short story relates to the royal lineage. She's actually the matriarch of the clan. She is the aunt of the current supreme leader. And the book takes place, look at my timeline, I think it takes place, or the short story takes place, it's in 543. It's roughly 80 years after the novella, the first novella I published, where the Moon Fae are visiting the ice dragons. So they're still around. The massacre of the Moon Fae happens roughly 100 years later. Yeah. Or you can donate to my Ko-fi goal for Project Sugar and Spice, where she's trying to get some artwork done. Awesome, Joanne. I like circling back and interconnected stories, Easter eggs. Yes, I do too. And I have like one reader who she's read every single thing. I have my Omega readers, they've read most of my stuff. One of them is read almost everything. The other one, she's catching up because she just came on about in the last year or so. So she's catching up with all the stuff. But the one who's kind of been there from the beginning, who's read everything, she says she loves, that's what she told me. She says, I love how all of your stories in your world interconnect in some way. They all, they're part of each other, even there could be hundreds and hundreds of years in between things happening, but they're all interconnected in some way. And I was like, yeah, I love that part too. Rita from the new channel. If you guys are not following her from her new channel, this is her new author channel. She's trying to separate out her author channel from like lifestyle vlogs and stuff like that. If I remember correct, I don't know if I said that right. You can correct me, Rita, if you want to. So good morning, all busy, just so popping in before I have to film. Okay, setting up lives at the moment, but having trouble getting into stream on this new channel. By the way, I tagged some of y'all an author tag. Yay, I made the chat too. Hey, Rita, air horn. Love that. Yes. I much prefer the emoji over the sound. I can't do the sound. The sound hurts my ears so bad. I don't know why, but it does. You got it. But oh, I got it. I was like, you got it. I was like, okay. Then it went over my head. I must need another cup of coffee to wake up. Hi, additionally. I mean, you got it. Like I got it right when I said that author channel, lifestyle channel. So, all right. That is the end of the comments. Let's go ahead and get into the next sprint. 1 hour on the clock. If anyone has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we'll get started in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Yeah, that's time on that sprint. How did you do? Still putting together all my book data, and I decided to, like, I have everything organized on my computer, like by series. Well, first by genre, so I have my fantasy, then my fantasy romance, and then by series, and then by books. I guess overall universe, for everything like chaos lore universe, and then by series. But then I also have like novellas and short stories that don't really fall into a series, or they could be like companion or something. So I have all this. So I have all this like in certain like very specific filing system on my computer. Well, it's on my SSD, but so it's all there. And I thought, you know what? I've got like this document that like brings everything together about my book data. So that has like the book title or the story name, the series title, the genre, the ebook ISBN, because it's usually what I need the most if I'm doing like promotions or whatever. The description, a shorter description, because sometimes when you buy like book promos that where you're advertising your book, the description that you put in there is shorter than the one that you have like on Amazon or wherever. So I have like all that and like aggregate it in one place. And I thought I should have like a folder that I have everything aggregated in one place where it is like the EPUB file and the book covers. And the book covers are both JPEG and PNG, because PNG is a better file, but some places you can only upload a JPEG and not a PNG. So I started doing that. I started putting together that folder because I'm going to be getting ready to do this later press video in which I'm going to be uploading my books on there. And so if I have everything aggregated in one place, like I do on this one document, I have all the information in one place, then it'd be nice if I had like that folder where I have all the stuff that I can upload, the EPUB, the book cover, everything right there in one place, instead of me going from, okay, go to my writing file. Okay, now go to the right genre. Okay, now go to the right series. Okay, now go to the right book. Okay, now go to the right folder within the book that says cover. Okay, now find the most recent folder that has the most recent files, because I keep like all my old files that I put dates on everything. So instead of going through all of that for each individual book to find the cover for each individual book, I thought, let me just take the most recent cover and put them all in the same place. So yeah, that's kind of what I've been spending that time doing. Almost done. So I'm now working on getting the right book cover from my most recent book, the Kickstarter book, which is actually not available yet. Now I'm gonna put that on later press, but it's not gonna be available yet because it's not done yet or it's not available for retailer or for sale. It's my Kickstarter book. So, and I'm not going to make it available. Well, I've decided that it's going to be in the January is when I'm going to publish it on retailers. I'll probably release it like a month prior on Laterpress actually. So I've been using PayHip as like my site store, but I do pay a percentage of whatever I sell. I pay a percentage to PayHip to use their platform. And getting onto Laterpress, they don't take a percentage, and I can sell my ebook from there. So all I'm paying for are the credit card fees, which you have to pay for regardless wherever you're at. And if you're on Amazon, you pay a platform fee, but it's much higher than like PayHip. So that's kind of probably includes all the credit card fees and all that too. But it's still more than what you pay if you're selling direct, and I can pay even less in fees, zero fees on Laterpress, where I'm only paying the credit card fees. Where on PayHip, I have to pay the platform plus the credit card fees. It still comes out to much less because I'm trying to remember Amazon, so they take 30%, whatever. I never remember the actual percentage. I know, okay, so it's 70% or it's 35% is what we get. Okay, so if it's that, it's 30. Yeah, they take 30% if your book is over $2.99. If it's under $2.99, then you only get 35%, which means they get 65% of royalties. They keep it. You only get 35%. So like right now, I do have my novella, Sunstone and the Hybrid Prince. It's on sale for 99 cents, and I only get 35% of that. So if I sell any ebook copies, I don't make very much money. On top of that, too, you also pay fees for delivering the e-file. And on Amazon, at the lowest rate, I'm trying to remember, is it 15 cents or something? I don't remember. Maybe it's less than that. 13 cents. I know if you get it as low as you can, they still you can't get it to a point where you're not paying any fees to deliver your file. So now I'm not through Kindle Unlimited, which I think if you're Kindle Unlimited, I don't remember if that gets charged or not. I don't remember. So I'm not. So yeah, so 99-cent book, and I'm making a few pennies. That's all I make off of it, because they take, 65% of it. Then they take the platform, or then they take the fees for delivering the file. So yeah, it's not a lot. So getting on letterpress will help me out a lot. I won't have to pay any platform fees or anything like that. So I'll probably make it available a month prior. So maybe in December, I'll make the book available to buy from letterpress for anybody who didn't get it during the Kickstarter who might want it. So let's off here with Rita saying hi to Dashley. Congrats on setting up the new channel, Rita. That's exciting. Sorry, didn't click. Swinging by to hug the like button. Thank you so much, Rachel. I appreciate that. Thanks. I'm dizzy with the extra work, but it'll be worth it, I think. Okay, I'll try to come back in, but I need to film them run errands. No worries. Thank you so much for stopping in, Rita. I have thought about whether or not I should start another channel, because this whole channel has been developed around writers and not readers. And I would like to try to capture more readers. I don't have the information yet, because I'm going to put audiobooks on the channel. So like Elaine Canyon, she did that. She's got Elaine Canyon, her main channel that's for writers. And then she's got Elaine Canyon Books, which is all her audiobooks and stuff like that on there. So I've thought about doing that, but I'm like, I don't really want more admin work. And maybe it would be better if, if I did have 2 separate channels eventually, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see where the future goes. Right now, I'm thinking no. Morning, Morgan. Your ears must be burning, because I was talking about you a few times. Excuse me. When we were talking about critique partner, and then I was talking about how your chapters include more than one scene, where mine tend to only have one scene or maybe 2 at most. And it's really interesting how, when I would read your chapters, it never felt like when I would get to the end, I was like, wow, so much happened, but it never felt like all that was happening. Like it was too much, I couldn't keep up, or that I was even realizing how much had happened. So I got to the end of the chapter, I was like, wow, that was super packed. I was, so much happened in that chapter. And I would sit there and analyze it, and how do you do that? Because when I do that, when I write multiple scenes in a chapter, I feel like it drags on and it's boring. And so I was talking about that earlier. Hey, everyone. Hey, how's it going? How are you doing this Thursday? I hope you're having a great day. I've been working on a short story. Ooh. I need to rein it in myself before it turns into a novella. Oh my gosh. You could join me and Adeshley in the Not Short Story Club. We're gonna start that. It's gonna be me, you, and Adeshley, the Not Short Story Club. I am getting better at writing short stories in novella lengths. I thought, let me start with short stories. I've done some flash fiction with Natalie and Chandra. And I thought, okay, this is not too bad. Let me see if I can actually do this and make it into actual short story. And I've been thinking about it for a while, for a few months, and came up with an idea earlier this month. I thought, okay, here's a short story. And no, it turned into a novella. And I thought, okay, try again. So Saturday I woke up with the idea. That one did end up being a short story. So I was happy with that. I think it just takes a lot of practice for those of us who like to write long. And I've been working on my birthday giveaway. Did you get your cake? My site and doing chores in the house before family comes over this weekend for my birthday. And congrats on your new channel, Rita. I'm looking forward to your videos. Jody, I sent you a message, email. It was from the podcast. I don't know if you're still here. Hopefully I'm catching you, but maybe I might not be able to see, because I think you mentioned that you'd want to read The Art of War for Writers and read that with us and talk about it. So I sent you an email to see days and times for recording that. And I think it's going to have to be November. I'm not sure about October yet. And I'm just kind of feeling out the waters, because I don't think Adeshley is going to be joining us, but so far he only knows the September schedule. But Gwenna, she can't do September. And so we just kind of have to figure out what's going to be working here, which is fine. It gives us time to read the story. You should read the book. So, and if anybody else wants to join us, let us know. Let me know if you want to join us in reading. It's not a very long book. It's actually very small. What would you say? This is like a 5x3 book, maybe? Nope. Maybe a little bit 5x6 book. I don't know what size book this is, but it's very small. And then the text doesn't even take up the whole page. And there's lots of images. So it's actually not a very long book. And it's written by James Scott Bell. So if you know any of his writing, I've read his nonfiction stuff. He's very economical in his word choices. So it's very easy to understand. It's clean. There's 259 pages, but it's such a small book. Like it's like just barely bigger than my palm. But yeah, I'm looking forward to reading it. I've not read all of The Art of War, but I've read a lot of it. So I'm just curious to see how this translates. Okay. Who took a muscle relaxer last night for their back and then overslept the alarm by 3 hours? This bozo. That's plus I feel great. Oh, I'm glad you feel good, even if you woke up late. It's so funny how medicine interacts with all of us. I have the redhead gene. I'm not as red as what you see on screen. I use a red shampoo to keep my hair really, really red. I have more blonde than I have red in my hair. I do have red. If I go out in the sun, which I really can't because I burn, but I've been out in the sun all summers when I used to tassel corn and summer jobs and whatnot, my hair will turn bright red then. But I don't like going out in the sun, so I turn it bright red with the shampoo. Anyways, I have the redhead gene. The redhead gene, they found out in the last like couple decades that it's a higher metabolism, higher I don't know. Words are not my thing today. So you have a higher metabolic rate when it comes to medicines. I'm sure it applies to more than just medicines, but they have found that link. And I always used to think, oh, it just takes me forever to get numb, and medicine doesn't affect me the same way. Like taking Motrin does nothing for me. It took years of working with a doctor to find an anti-inflammatory that actually works for me. Tylenol does nothing for me, but my husband can take a Tylenol and he passes out. So I do have muscle relaxers in my normal repertoire. Nope, that's right, not the right word. What am I thinking? My normal setup of medicine that I can take that's prescribed to me. And it doesn't knock me out. But I give one to my husband, knocks him out. So I wish it would not. I wish I was not as insensitive to medicine. And that's the right word, right? I just metabolize it quickly. So it's so good to see you. It's been a while. How have you been? Taco hugs. Doing okay? Hanging in there. Working on chapter 14 for Project Sugar and Spice. Good to hear the muscle relaxer helped you. Yes, they do help me though. The muscle relaxers do help. It just doesn't knock me out. Now, if I take it as many times as they tell me a day to take, they tell me to take it 3 times a day, or as needed. I don't. If I took it that many times, the first day, yeah, not too much. But by like the second or third day, if I was doing that, and I have done it occasionally because I get really, really bad back pain. Then I start getting sleepy by like the second, third day. Then I get sleepy. But yeah. How have you been, Rita? Taco hugs. It's been way too long. So great to see you again. Chapter 14 already. That's great. Yeah, she's making good progress. I've been working on my manuscript. My first draft, first chapter is done. First draft, first chapter is done. And sent to a few people, and I'm currently working on my second chapter. So like you finish one chapter and then you sent that off before finishing any more than that. It's kind of like what I'm doing with my Omega readers. I didn't know if anybody else did that. Oh, and in addition, I'm also working on a short story. Hopefully it won't turn into a novella. You're not short story. That plays a little while before the main series. It's a freebie for newsletter subs in the future. Yeah, and isn't that like, that's the thing. Like when you're writing a short story, you're like, okay, this is going to be a freebie for newsletter subscribers. And then it ends up being longer and shorter. I'm like, why am I spending all this time writing this thing that I'm not selling? I felt that. Yeah. Very organized. I try to be. I've recently started using PayHip for freebies, not ebooks yet. Okay, yeah, you don't pay anything if you're giving away freebies on PayHip. It is a way that you can distribute books that way. But I have sold books on PayHip. That's my PayHip is where I'm selling directly. But I think I'm just tired of losing out money, and I really like this idea of Later Press. So I'm getting on there. I've been wanting to get on there all year, probably since the end of last year. And now I'm going to be doing it. 497 words for a déchiré. Good amount, but I'm not sure if I want to keep it. Probably not, right? Because you're trying to write a not short story. I agree, Andy. Good morning, Rachel. And I never know how to say the name. Let me see. I-S. How do you say I-L-S-E? Did I spell that right? Or did I mix up the letters? Sometimes I wonder if I'm dyslexic. Because I do mix up letters when I'm writing and typing, and I see them differently in my head. He'll say, I don't know if I'm saying Ilse. Ilse. You'll have to tell me which one it is. And I don't know if I'm sounding different to anybody when I say those two. And hello. Oh, and Andy and waffles to all. And Lord, I hate that. Oh, y'all. Okay. Besides being partially tone deaf, I also have perception issues, depth perception. One of my eyes tracks slower than the other. And StreamYard has just added this new feature on the back end where next to the comments, there's this little arrow where you can close the comments. You could do the same thing by just clicking on the icon comments. It opens it up or it closes the comments. But now that they put this little arrow there, when I think I'm clicking on a comment that's close to the arrow, I'm clicking the arrow so many times. I've closed my comments on me so many times. I just did that. I'm like, I hate this. I can't. I think I'm clicking a comment. I'm not. I'm closing the comments. I was like, why did you have to put this here? Anyways, it's not the first time I've done it. I think this is the first time I've said something about it on air, because I do it like almost every time I'm live here with StreamYard. I'm clicking the dang arrow to close the comments, and I'm trying to actually click on a comment. Okay, move on to the next one. And hello, and free waffles, can't go wrong with that. Oh, and good morning, Morgan. And then right to Andy from Adeshe. Hey, Vanessa, booping the like button. I appreciate that. Is your sprint still going? I know I have it pulled up, but I've got cats from last night. It's still going. Nope, Vanessa is still going. Oh, she's got like a minute left in this sprint if my YouTube's not behind, which it probably is. I did a couple of admin tasks, says Kat. I'm here. Yes. Woohoo. I don't see the email, but I will check spam. Yeah. I figured you might not see it. And that's why I probably want to say something, because if we've never emailed before. So I know that Gmail is really, even though it's coming from a Gmail account, and it will say self-publishing tips and tricks at gmail.com. Yeah. I don't know. It's just weird, but I know it probably went to your spam. Let me know if you don't have it and I will resend it. Morning, Adeshe. I'm going to bake my cake and apple pie tomorrow. Apple pie. Oh, I like that. But I do have all the ingredients now. I forgot half of it yesterday. Oh, no. Well, at least you have it. Additionally, it's also for the apple pie. Oh, you know who does not like pie at all? This guy. I don't know if he's still here, Andy, if you're still here. He doesn't like pie. It's pie, right? Or was it cake? Oh, geez. Now I'm probably messing it up. Whatever. He doesn't like, because it's something about eating the whole thing and not wanting to eat the whole thing or something like that. Yeah. Now I forgot what the joke was, but there you go. Do you have a good recipe you can share? Are you baking the apple pie, or did you buy an apple pie? I came back from the sprints late. I'm currently rereading books 1 in my trilogy, making notes to make sure I wrap up all the storylines in the last book. Oh, that means you're getting ready for us to start working together in December. I love it. I can't wait to see what you decide to go with for the 3rd book. Yes, the old myth is not a myth. Us redheads take more of everything, including anesthesia, to knock us out. Yes. I used to just think that I had a high tolerance to medication until it was a dentist I saw. It was in 2012. And so I had a cavity or something. I don't remember, but we had to make me numb. And I was like, hey, just so you know, it's going to take you like 45 minutes to get me numb. And that's when he told me about the research. He said they have lots of good research out now showing that combination of the redhead gene. And I was even doing red in my hair at that time, but I did have red. I have red in my hair. I was more blonde then. But, and he said that the combination, and sure enough, yeah, it took 45 minutes to get me numb. Now they're making better medicines for dental work because the dentist I have here, because I was in Hawaii a long time ago, over 10 years now. The one I have here, I told him as soon as I met him, I was like, hey, and if we have to do any dental work, we have to numb me up. It's going to take you a really long time. He's like, we have a new medicine out now that will work faster. And it's only used for people who have, who are not affected by the regular, whatever it is they put in your mouth, anesthesia, maybe. No, whatever it is, whatever the drug is. Now I just buy an apple pie mix at the shop, and it's something I wanted to dive into, but then something came in between. Gotcha. Oh, I got it. LOL, says Additionally. Additionally is a foodie, and he likes to cook. Yeah, I finished the first chapter of my first draft, just got a feeling of what people think about it. I mean, that's kind of smart. I did that with my first book in the series. I wrote the prologue, and then I read it to a women's group, and I shared it with my news list, I think, my newsletter, and people really liked it. And I didn't do that with my second book, because for some reason you kind of have in your head like, oh, I got this. But the second book, I didn't have it. I had to work a whole lot harder to make it work. LOL. Yes, the short story continues. I wrote a transition scene because the preceding scene ended on a super deep note. So you kind of need like that sequel scene, so they can reflect on it probably. Huh? It's the I of is or it, and the E is like Hold on, I'm gonna write this down so that I can remember this. Okay, the I, I. So it's a it, make sure I spell it right. I want to mix up the letters again. So it's I, s, the E is so. So essa. I think I'm saying something wrong there. I got the beginning and the end sound, but I don't know how to put it with the middle sound now. Oh my god. Eh. That's what I have written here until I figure out how to do the rest of it. I probably have to go back and listen to that video again because I can't recall the sound. I'm not sure if this transition scene is going to do justice because right after is an important romantic scene. I mean, sometimes you kind of need that bridging scene just to kind of take in everything, for the characters to take in everything. So like, maybe I adjust the preceding scene to end on a lighter note or just keep writing from where I'm at. Again, I would say keep what you have and then let the readers tell you how they feel. Like, and I would tell them, make notes to yourself like in the margin so you don't forget, because I forget things so fast. That I now make notes to myself in the margin, like to ask my readers if they think this about this. And so that way, when I know that I eventually share with my readers, I remember to ask because I forget. I like pie. I'm not keen on cake. See, when I was like, this is the pie guy, he doesn't like it. I was like, wait, that doesn't sound right. I think it's cake. But I was like, maybe I'm just misremembering it all. Okay, so you like pie, but not cake. So you take the apple pie, but not the cake that she's having for her birthday. Why would anyone want to eat a whole cake? I mean, you don't. This is it's a shareable food. Because you have to have someone to share it with. But that's way too much for human consumption. I understand that. I don't like eating a whole cake by myself. I don't like pie, but I love cake. Okay, so it's the other way around for Morgan. I'll eat a whole cake. Actually, I would eat a whole pie versus a whole cake. Thank you from Joanne. No, more cake for you. You can have my share. I like both cake and pie. I do too. I like both too. Okay. Elsa. Elsa. Did I say it right? Let me know if I'm saying it right. I think I'm writing it down right. Elsa. It sounds like my ex sister-in-law, where hers is Elsa, like in Frozen. ELSA. 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 SL. Shoot, I'm mixing it up. I think I've got it right. Ilser. Ill. Like I'm not feeling well. Ill. And like sir. Elsa. Duh, but with an S. Okay, I think I got that written down right then. I'm doing a live stream Sunday. I'll say my name at some point at the beginning. Yes. Do you have the live stream already set up? If you do, please drop the link so that I can remember to be there. Sunday is usually a day. What time are you doing on Sunday? Because I'm doing a 12-hour live stream on Saturday. And Sundays, I typically avoid YouTube if I can get away with it. But I will try to be there so I can hear you say it. Then I'll have to record it so I can listen to it over and over again. I had to, Adeshale, actually, maybe take a page out of Adeshale's book. I don't know. Adeshale, he recorded him saying his name. I think he did that for a publishing thing or something or other, if I remember right. I might not be remembering right. Anyway, so he had he had his name. He was saying it, and it's on his YouTube channel, where you can hear him saying his name. And he shared that very early on of me meeting him. So I was able to listen to it over and over and over again to get the muscle memory with my mouth and tone, so I could say it right. Would you eat the whole pie? Very curious. Hashtag. I think he would. No, he said not. I enjoy a pie a lot more than cake. But if you're not going to eat the whole cake or eat the whole pie, then what makes a difference from the cake? Other than taste and texture, right? You're getting closer and closer. Yep, 1 p.m. Okay, wait, that's a different time for me. Let's see. So 1 PMCEST to CDT. That is 6 a.m. I'm not going to be up at 6 a.m. But if you're still on, yeah, I have not been sleeping this week, and then I can't sleep in on Saturday, so I figure I'm going to be sleeping in on Sunday. I will probably be sleeping at least to 8 or 9. Oh, I might miss you, but I can still catch it because there'll be you're going to have it on your channel, so I can still catch you. I've lost my button. Here we go. Okay. There's the link. Yay. Let me go grab it. I'm on the wrong one. Here we go. The birthday giveaway celebration. Aw, I want to be there for it. I might wake up and say, happy birthday, and go back to sleep. Oh, geez. I'd eat like more pie than cake if it were the same serving size. Okay. Oh, that's a good idea. Make short video on how to pronounce my name. Thanks for the tip. Yeah, I mean, additionally, it was so easy, helpful for me to have that because I can't remember the way words sound because I can't hear it. I can't hear all the tones. So I have to like figure out if I'm saying it right and then try to match it and say it over and over again how I'm thinking it's supposed to sound. Yep, I always leave up my live streams. Nice. I used to as well, but I think I started taking some of mine down. I don't recall my reason now. I had a reason for it, but I don't recall it. Let them have cake or pie or whatever pastry they prefer. We'll take it all. I'm still trying to learn how to make pie. Oh, you're very welcome. And remember to enter the giveaway through the form. Oh, hold on. There's a form. We should put that in there. Where is my live stream? Here's the form. No. What? It told me error. I tried to put this into my own live stream and it told me error. It's error again. Why can I not? Am I still on live? It's not letting me drop it. It says error. Try again. Okay. It won't let me put anything in my own chat on the YouTube side. Let me see if I can put it onto the... Okay, I'm going to put it on the StreamYard side. It usually takes a long time, so... Did it go? I see it on the StreamYard side. I am not seeing it on the YouTube side. Okay, now it just popped up on the YouTube side. Oh, wait, my stream might be behind. Is it just the one time? Because I tried putting it in 3 times before on the YouTube side, and it said error. Try again. I'm like, it's my live stream. Why can't I put something in my own live stream? So if it went through, it would show 4 times altogether. But if it's just the once, then that's probably from StreamYard. It's showing here. I like waffles. I like waffles too. Well, I like the ones my husband makes. Hello. Oh, there is the link for the form to chance to win for her birthday. You get gifts, not the birthday girl. It's showing here. This is actually a good idea. I have a video on how to pronounce character names. Ooh, why did I think of that? I should also have that video. I don't know if I'm the best person to say my own character names, though, because I'm sure I probably say them wrong. Yeah, but that's a good idea. That's a very good idea. I see it here in the chat, and thanks so much for entering the link. Yes, that's weird indeed. StreamYard being weird. No, it's not StreamYard. I was able to put it through StreamYard. It's when I went to the YouTube side of my video and I tried to drop it in that it told me error. Oh, I think I might know why. Because it's showing that I'm on my login, my author login, but I'm listening to a video on not my author login because it's not related to writing or publishing. It's just story. It's like story time stuff that I'm listening to while I'm trying to put it together for my books. And I'm on a different login. So I wonder if that's what it is. It's probably what it is. YouTube sometimes flags dodgy websites. I once used a legit site, but that site got hacked or something. I remember that. I remember this. Yeah, it linked to my YouTube description, and I got dinged for it. Yeah, I remember you talking. That was a couple years ago now. Nope, you say them how you imagine them. Yeah, but how I imagine them may not actually be what that sounds very clear because I don't hear a lot of sounds clearly. What was it yesterday? Something. My husband said something to our son who was sitting at the table. Oh, okay. I remember. And he said something. And I said, did you just tell him to eat in his underwear? He was like, no, I said this. And he said whatever it was he said. He said again. I was like, he's allowed to eat in his underwear? I don't understand. He was like, no, I told him he's allowed to eat anywhere, not at the table. He doesn't have to eat the table since we're not sitting at the table tonight. He can eat anywhere. I'm like, oh, it took him saying it several times for me to understand what he was actually saying. And he was right there standing next to me and I couldn't understand the words. So I was like, okay. I kept hearing underwear and he said everywhere. So bye, Andy. Gotta hop off. So glad I caught this. Yeah. I understood you wrongly about the link postage. Yeah, it's all right. I understand me wrongly all the time, so we're in the same boat. So, okay, let's go ahead and get into another 1 hour sprint. I think I'm gonna go get another cup of coffee and then get back to putting together all my book stuff to get put so I can do my video on Letterpress. Find the right tab here. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we'll get started in soon. 3, 2, 1, and good luck. I gotta find the right tab here and stop the video. Hold on. Here it is. Did I get it? Okay. 3 more seconds. I better go on to the next one if I don't catch it in time. Okay, so that was the end of that break sprint. How did you do? Oh, my phone is near the thing. The thing. Sorry, my husband texted me. When it's near the microphone, then it makes noise. So, anyways, I went and got some more coffee. Also made some lunch and texted my husband, and then came back, ate my lunch, and went back to working on my book stuff. But I was trying to find another video, or wanting to listen to another video. And I've mentioned it before here on the channel that I like following Matt Wolf. He does like all the latest stuff in AI, and not necessarily like writing AI or image AI, although he does like those, but he also likes everything to do with AI. So he'll report on all the stuff happening for AI. And some of it's really, really fascinating. And I like to just keep up knowing what's going on. And I saw that he had a new video out. So I was listening to it and I'm like, oh my gosh, you guys, no, this is terrible. It's really, I mean, it's cool what he's reporting on. He even showed how to do it. And I'm like, he did step by step. I'm like, it just, no. I guess there is a website, and I don't know if it's been around for a while or not. I've never heard of it. It's not one that I would think that that you would think of like writing, like it writes for you or anything like that. And but I guess what he's the video is all about how you can write a whole book using this AI agent that he built in this website. And I'm like watching it. I watched all the way to the end and I had to start over again. I was like, this is crazy. He doesn't spend that much time. It's 22-minute long video. Someone can follow it step by step and do it and write a 70,000 word novel within minutes. I'm like, we do not need this. And I know it was coming. I know things like this. I mean, we already know that AI can write. It's not very good, but although it wrote a short story for me that I did not want it to do. I mentioned this the other day. I put in my short story idea on Saturday and asked the AI, is this a short story? Because the last short story I came up with, it told me, no, it's a novella. And when I start writing it, sure enough, it was a novella length. So I was wanting it to tell me, is this actually a short story? A short story idea? Can I do this in a short story format? And it wrote my short story for me. And I was like, that's not the prompt I gave you. Please pay attention to my prompt. And I never read it, but I do want to go back and read it and see, what did it come up with? How close is it to my writing? Is it like my writing? Did it go to different, like did it go somewhere else where I didn't go? Like, what did it do actually? And how did it construct sentences? What's its syntax? I want to go look at it. I still haven't done it yet, but I tell myself I want to go back and look at it. I don't think I deleted it. I might have deleted it, but I don't think I did. But now you can have a whole book written. Like, you're building this agent and this, I never built agents before, so I don't really know what this is, but I kind of have an idea of what AI agents are just from listening to people talk about it, but I've never seen one built or built one myself. So I think this is building an agent. Yeah, that's what it is, right? I built an AI agent. That's the name of the title. So it's building an AI agent. So it takes like 20 plus minutes for him to build this agent. Once it's done, it's like a computer program that you build the program itself, the software, and then the user then gives it a prompt and it spits out a response based off of what the software that was developed. That's what this is developing a software that from this point forward, all he has to do is to put in the genre he wants and a possible title, and it writes a whole book on those two things, the title and genre. I'm like, oh my gosh, we already have problems with visibility. People who publish, whether you're traditional or indie, of course, indie harder because we don't have all the money behind us to do all the marketing, but some traditional published books also don't have all the money either. So it's already hard for us to get visibility. And now within seconds, someone can, take 20 minutes to build this AI agent. And in the future seconds, you can spit out a whole book. And I'm like, oh my gosh. I mean, I'm sure some people are celebrating this, but for me, it's boggling my mind. I don't even know if I'm talking to anybody here, but I knew this day was coming where it was just going to get easier and easier and easier for people to use AI to write a book. I like using AI for brainstorming, for coming up with ideas that, for my names and stuff, but it hallucinates quite often. I do ask it all the time. It's like, okay, I need a name that it has either of these backgrounds for languages, use more than one language, make one name, and I want it to mean this. What can you come up with? and it'll give me stuff, and I'll say, okay, I like this name. Does this actually mean what you said it means? And usually it comes like, no, sorry, part of this doesn't actually mean what I thought it meant. Or, no, sorry, I actually made that part up. I'm like, I don't want you to make it up. I want it. And I say nonfiction name. I need a nonfiction name that is rooted in our languages. I actually find Perplexity does better with names than ChatGPT does. I just tend to default to ChatGPT when it comes to names. But I'll often take the names from ChatGPT and put it into Perplexity and say, okay, this is what it says it means. Is it right? And he says, no, this part's not right. Okay, what can I replace that section with it to come up with a meaning that's this overall? And then it'll help me from there. But and I use Perplexity for research and stuff because I can Google something and I won't get the in-depth information that I need that I can do through Perplexity. So Perplexity can be used like as a Google function, and it gives you all the sources. It lists all the sources, but it puts it into a format that's easier to digest and gives you more of what you're actually asking for instead of just kind of throwing a bunch of search results and hoping that one of those are actually what you're looking for. Especially if you don't actually know what you're looking for, because that's a lot. It's like, I'm thinking of, for instance, I knew that my moon fae culture, I wanted it to be based where they live, to be based on this town that I couldn't remember the name of. And I saw a special on it like 2 years ago. All I could remember is that it was in mountains, but it was not on a mountain. And it rarely received sunlight. Like it didn't get hardly any sunlight whatsoever. And they had to use mirrors to try to get sunlight on the town. And for my moon fae, I was like, I want them to be in a town where they don't get sunlight if I can help it. So I just put that in there. I was like, a town that doesn't get sunlight and uses mirrors. And I actually put it into Google first, and it didn't come up with anything. And so then I put it into Perplexity, and it came up with 2 towns. And I'm sure I saw the special on one of those, but I don't know which one it was. So then I was able to say, okay, how does this work? What do they do? Why doesn't it get sun? When does it get sun? So I was able to ask all the questions there and get it all answered, and then figure out how I wanted to set mine up from there. But yeah. This is crazy. Anyways, let me go on. Take care, Andy. That was from the last break where Andy had to hop off. And then Elsa said, oh, that might be a bit difficult. Indeed, if you hear things differently than they're actually spoken. Yeah. Yeah. I was talking about like when I mentioned that Adeshle did a video where he's saying his name, so make it easier for people to say his name. And then Elsa said, we could do that for our character names and our place names. And I'm like, yeah, I'd probably say them wrong, but I would love to do that. I probably should do it. Yeah, I know there's a name in my first book of my new series of this current series I'm writing in. I say new, but it's new because it's new. It's in fantasy romance. I wrote a series before that was in fantasy, but it's not really new anymore because I published the first book in 2023. Yeah. Anyways, I think I put the wrong day. I was just looking at my book data. I think I put the wrong day on that. I was putting my book data in somewhere. Okay, never mind. Brain jumped. What were we saying? Oh, yes, because I do hear things differently. Where my husband had said to my son yesterday that he could eat dinner anywhere. And I thought, you told him to eat in his underwear? He was like, no, I told him he could eat dinner anywhere. And I'm like, oh, he can choose to eat in his underwear? I'm like, I don't think that's a good thing. He was like, no, I said anywhere, not underwear. But I couldn't hear the difference until he like enunciated it and exaggerated the enunciation. And then I could tell the difference. So yeah. Wish you have a wonderful day, Andy. I checked with spam and I don't see it. Let me check Riley's email. Sometimes requests. Oh, Jody, too. Maybe I don't have the right email address because I think I took the one from your YouTube channel and maybe that one's not good anymore. I don't know. I don't know if you're still here, Jody. I don't know if you, can I put my, hold on, let me go. Pretty sure what my email address, self-publishing tips and tricks. And nope, there's no and. Are you still here? Let me go see. I don't want to just drop this in there if you're not still here. Oh, Vanessa finished her stream. I don't know. I don't know if Jody's still here. Let me know if you're still here, Jody, and I'll drop the link or the email that I have. I do need you to resend hugs. Okay. Oh, no, I have to get ready. I bet you I don't have the right email address. I bet you that's what it is. Because if it's not in her spam, then I'm going to assume it's not the right email address. Question, would Would you? Okay. Would a time gap of 10 to 15 years between the short story from my newsletter and the short story of my main series be too long? There is a, hold on. I don't think so. Let me first answer. No. So I have like a prequel that kind of goes with my main story. And let's see. It happens in the year, where is it? 447. And my story takes place in the year 1742. So what is that? That's like 1200 years. Yeah. It's like 1200 years difference between my prequel and my main series. Now it could be different. I don't remember what do you write? What's genre? Because the things that are done in the prequel set up things that happen later in the series, but it's not like one for one, and it's fantasy. And so like you do see two characters for like a brief moment. So there's four dragon princes who become kings, but in the story that's 1200 years prior, only the first two princes have been born. And the oldest one hasn't even got his own book yet, because he's the one that the whole reason behind the curse on the dragon princess who became the dragon kings. So then the first book of my series is based on that second dragon prince. Is only like 5 years old in that story. Again, fantasy and immortal creatures. And the main character, Adria, in my prequel novella, she shows up as a side character, but not until my second book. And honestly, the prequel is most directly tied to my second book, because they have similar motivations and goals between the female main characters and what they're doing. Both of them are trying to get the Sunstone for the Sea Witch. Both of them are trying to get rid of some type of debilitating like curse, I guess. And the first one, she knows she's cursed. The second one, it's a curse, but it's not. Like, she was not cursed herself. Her mother was cursed, which is set up at the end of the prequel novella. Her mother's cursed. Her mother's in it, but her mother's dead by the time she shows up in the second book. That she's the main character. The daughter shows up in the main book, or the second book, which she's not even born yet in the prequel novella. So it's most directly tied to my second book, but the events set up everything. And the Sea Witch is the reason why she wants the Sunstone. Her motivations for wanting the Sunstones all based around this one thing, which is the main antagonist for the entire series, but it's not really known yet that that's what it is. Everyone else, there's misdirection happening here. Most of my readers believe that the Snow Princess is the main antagonist, and she's not. She is a huge antagonist in that she's the one that cursed the Dragon Princess, and the whole reason why the stories are happening and why they became the Dragon Kings, because it was just supposed to be one of them that was going to be king. But it all stemmed from her knowing something that no one believed her about, and then her mishearing something and then losing her cool. But it's funny, she's no princess, she lost her cool. But anyways, but what she was figuring out and that no one believed her about is what's now happening 1200 years later. Or that was actually like 1,000 years. Yeah, that was 1,000 years prior. So between the prequel novella and the cursing of the Dragon Princess, there's only 200 years, but then it's 1,000 years later when the series takes place. Sorry. So hopefully that makes sense. Gap. Yeah, I gotcha. JC, hope your day is going well. It's going well. Hello, everyone. Hey, JC. Hi, Elsa. That's terrifying. Yes, it is very terrifying. And do you know what it makes me feel like? I mean, this is more specific for me and anybody who's a fast drafter. I'm a fast drafter, not a fast editor, reviser. Like I drafted the second book that I was just talking about. That's my Kickstarter book. I mean, it was 2 different drafting periods, because I started drafting it and then I put it aside and then I picked it up and started drafting it again. But overall, I think I have to go back through and look at it. I think it only took me like 4.5 months to draft all of it. Now, mind you, it is like close to 200,000 words. So fast drafting, but then it took me another 18 months to revise and edit it. So yes. And it just made me think, it's like, oh my gosh. I mean, I wrote a lot this month. I just had so much creativity flowing out of me this month. I'm at 245,000 words, somewhere in there is how many words I've done this month. And I'm like, people would be looking, be like, oh, you must be using an AI agent or something. Like, I hope that's not what comes out, but there is a lot of people who are being like accused of being AI, like themselves, like as an author, or that their writing is AI. And I try to stay out of that because it's so negative. I don't want to be in that space. Especially like when the Chat GPT dash came out. That's the M dash, which is actually a punctuation mark that nobody seemed to know. So they call it Chat GPT dash because if you use lots of M dashes now, you must be using Chat GPT to write. And I have gone through like even now, I was putting my book data together and I used an M dash in one of my book descriptions. And it's one that I wrote. It was for one of my novellas. My novels, I hire out my book description. But for my short stories and my novellas, I write my own book description. And there was an M dash in there. And I was like, oh, gotta take that out. Because the first thing that hit me was like, someone's gonna say that's ChatGPT wrote the description, which actually it did help me write the description. It didn't write the whole thing, but it did help me. I put it in there and got some feedback on it. But I'm like looking at my work and now taking out and I love the M dash. Like Emily Dickinson is one of my biggest influences for writing. Edgar Allan Poe. I do write somewhat dark. I can't seem to keep the dark out, but Emily Dickinson, I mean, all of her poems end with M dashes. Like all of the lines almost always end with an M dash. And I always loved it. I love that little thing. And so I was like, ooh. So if you go back to like my handwriting when I was like 12, 13, 14, that was when I was getting into Emily Dickinson for the first time. You'll see lots of M dashes in my writing. But yeah. And I didn't have a typewriter or a computer. So I just hand wrote everything. I did ask for a typewriter for Christmas one year and I got a toy typewriter. So I just hand wrote everything. More AI books. Like that's the thing I'm worried about the most. I mean, forget, people thinking that I'm AI or that my writing is AI. Although the night crew does think I have clones. I wish I did. But yeah, I was just like, it's hard enough getting visible and then also trying to find good writing, good books now, because I have DNF'd 2 books in the last couple of weeks. I'm pretty certain AI had to write it because they were so terrible. So terrible. Like a scene would be okay, but we get to the next scene and there was like no sequel. So it's from scene to scene to scene, but no sequel. And I'm like, but wait, this just happened to her over here. What does she think about that? What? Okay, now she's doing this. Well, how did she get from that to that over there? Like there's the logical flow is missing. Like it was a story. And I was like, this is terrible. And I was like, I don't DNF many books. So to do 2 in a couple of weeks is a lot for me. And I was like, I'm pretty sure AI wrote these things. Again, I want to go back and read that short story it wrote for me when I asked it just to tell me whether or not I had a short story or a novella idea and see if I could be right about the 2 books that I DNF'd. And I don't know. I don't know if I could figure it out because I don't know. They would have to have been written by ChatGPT probably to even know. But there's so many AI models out there now, and I don't know what all of them are, or like what all of them can do, or what is their writing style. I haven't gone into that. Yeah, and then they bring it free to Audible, and then there's a whole thing about that already. I know. I was listening to a bunch of videos yesterday. A lot of them are book tubers talking about how you can write an AI book now, right? So people can do that. Then you could take it to Amazon, easily get it on Amazon. So easy to upload stuff to. Get it on Amazon, and then now with Amazon and Audible, the way they're doing it, like you can have them make an AI narration of your AI book, or it could be any book, but specifically they're talking about the AI narration on AI written books, and it could be done within minutes. And it's like, I have spent 2 years dictating my books, and all I've done is just dictated them. I haven't even edited them yet because that takes even longer. And I'm like, I don't know when I'm going to get my books up on audio or audiobooks because all I've done is just dictate them so far. I've completed Blood of a Lily and Soul of a Rose. I started Tears of the Marigold, but then I heard when I switched over to my Kickstarter book because one of my stretch goals was an audiobook. And I thought, I need to put my energy toward that just in case if we hit that stretch goal, we didn't hit it. So I've gone back to now I've started the series over. Now I'm dictating A Curse of Scales and Feather, which is the first book in the series. So I've started dictating that. So what is that? 2, probably 3 books altogether if you count the 2 books I've done parts of it. And I did my novella first, the one novella I have done. And that one took me 3.5 months to do. And we're only talking 27,000 words compared to my stories, which are like around 150 and higher. And that took me 3.5 months of dictating it. And then I say dictating, recording. That's what I meant. Recording, and then editing it. And the editing is so long and hard. And I'm like, oh God, it's, I don't know. Yeah. It's a bit concerning. Yes. Very concerning. I mean, I'm glad I keep up with Matt Wolf to see what's happening, but that video, like I said, I start watching again. I was like, what? Because I don't hear everything. Of course, I have some auditory deficiency, so I hear parts here and there as I'm working on stuff, and I'm like, what? Did he say what? He said what? So I've gone back and started watching it again, and I was like, this is crazy. I was like, really? It's this easy? Yeah, yeah. It's only going to get worse. Like I said, I do like AI in certain parts, but like if you want to write a book, like that's your passion, why would you use AI? But I'm like, maybe that's not these people's passions. They're just trying to find quick money. That's what it has to be. So that's the only thing I can think of. Oh, well, yes, I am intentionally saying that from my own stress levels. And good point about Audible. I just looked into what's going on with their new policies. Yeah. Well, so, and then of course, on top of that, they have this new, like the way that they're going to be pricing, their pricing structure is changing as well when it comes to Audible. Like, I only have the one book in Audible or anywhere. I only have the one book done for audiobook because it takes a long time. If you actually do it yourself, it takes a long time. So, yeah, I just have the one book and I'm like, gosh, I don't, it's not in Kindle Unlimited. So I don't know how much I'm going to be affected by that, but I don't know if you actually have a choice. I really can't explain it. I've listened to a couple of videos, but the way they have like this new program that they're doing where, if someone listens to your book, great, you get like, X amount of royalties. But if it's part of this program that they're having, and you have to be like invited in or you have to ask to get in, and I don't know why you would want to, because if someone listens to like, and it's a monthly subscription like Kindle Unlimited, so if someone pays like $12 a month for it, and I'm just making up numbers, I don't know what the actual numbers are, and they pay $12 a month for Audible or for this new program that they're creating, and they only listen to your book, then you'd get all the money that you would normally get for your book for your royalty split. But if they listen to like 5 books, then it's like split between all 5 books instead, or something along these lines. I didn't quite understand it, but it's like as an author, you're going to make even less money, which people who are getting their audiobooks done, which is the whole reason why I'm not having my audiobook done, it's very expensive. And there's no way. How are you ever going to make that money back? It's like they're trying to force people to use the AI, to use all of these things to do your book, because you're going to make pennies on it anyways. Why are you going to spend so much time and money on it? Yeah. And then what happens to art after that? Fair. Oh, did you mean a town like this? I think, yes. I think what was a Norwegian town. Yes, I think that might have been it. One was Norwegian, and I don't remember what the other one was. I'm trying to find it. Am I that far behind? I guess I am that far behind in the comments. I was trying to find it on the YouTube side. What is the name of the town? Yep, that's it. The RJUKAN. I don't know how you say that, so I wasn't going to try to say it. And then there's another town too. There's a second one. I'm on question 7 of 12. I did talk to my husband for about 20 minutes, and he's still out of town. Well, making progress on your questions. If you watch Daniel Green's videos, yeah, who was it that I was watching yesterday? I think it was Laura Loves Books, and she mentioned Daniel Green's video. He's got several about the whole thing, including one in which he works together with Sullivan. So I can't remember her first name to explain it all. Oh, I'm good with the time gap then. I write fantasy. Okay, there you go. I think you're fine. Yeah. I mean, if you're writing something that was like more like contemporary literature, especially like now you're talking about time periods, right? Or in fantasy, you kind of get stagnation a lot in time in what a time period looks like. One of the shortcomings, I guess, a lot of people don't like about fantasy is like, why don't they ever get better technology? In my world, I try to explain that there was once technology when there were more humans, but now it's all mostly magical people, and magical people are, and I even have my main character in my second book. She comes across old ruins with like street lamps and stuff, but she doesn't know what they're called. And she was like, well, why would anyone need to have this technology when you have magic that can do what you need? Like that kind of thing. The short story doesn't set up the main series, but an event in the short story is referred to by some characters in the main story. It means a lot to. I think you're fine then. Yeah, I think you're fine. Misdirection. It's clicked on the wrong thing again. Thanks for the reassuring that the time gap isn't a problem. Yeah, I don't think it is. Awesome. Thanks, Adeshle. I heard about that, and I use M dashes. Yeah, I love M dashes. And I notice that, like, when I'm writing, like an email or something, I tend to use parentheses. But then when I'm fiction writing, I use M dashes. But I do use, I use between ChatGPT and Claude to help me write emails because, sometimes you are upset, especially when you have people not doing things that they should be doing. For like the AWC had lots of that happening. And I'm like, here's what I want to say, but it needs this tone. And I just verbal vomit everything that I want to put into the email, and then it rewrites it for me with the right tone. Claude actually does a better job with that, and doesn't put M dashes in it. But I noticed that ChatGPT put M dashes in there. So I also heard about using triplicates and negatives and an M dash, and I'm like, but that's what I do. Yeah, I mean, triplicates is a psychological thing that we may not even realize it as writers, especially if we intuit like writing and structure and things like that. But there's something about three things that really hits on the psyche of people. We like things in threes. So we tend to write about things in threes. And I have always done that. I also write in triplicates. I'm not sure I exactly know what negatives means in this respect, but I think I have an idea. And I don't typically write in negatives. So that one I don't have to worry about, but I use triplicates and I use M dash. So the ChatGPT dash, I just can't believe they gave it a name. I'm like, you don't need to give it a name. It's a punctuation mark. I used to teach it. It's interesting because it appeared to me that not everyone had access to AI narration. Oh yeah. When it first started, it was like a beta program or something. And so they invited people in. I was actually invited in to use it. And I'm like, no, I'm doing my own. I don't need, but thank you. And the invitation is still sitting there. When I go into my KDP dashboard, it's sitting there for my books. But now I think it's open to everybody. I don't know. I think at some point when it became open to everybody. What does it say? So my one book that I have my own audiobook for, it's not on there. But here it says, add audiobook with virtual voice. And it gives you this button that you can click, right? That's on the button. What is virtual voice? And I'm like, I'm not going to do that. But I received an email that said that I was invited in to be part of their program for that. And I'm like, no, I'm doing my own. I don't need it. And I'm like, but I don't know when I'm going to get it up there. It could be years from now. So, okay. That's not even the biggest problem with Audible. It's the upcoming royalties plan. Yeah, that's bad too. But on the AI side, the biggest thing is the fact that you can have an AI book and turn it into an AI narrated book within a few clicks. So my thought was, well, if you have popular books or a lot, maybe they'll invite you. This is all conjecture, by the way. I don't think my books are popular. And I don't know what a lot means, but I don't think I'm a lot either. But I don't know. I've got the trilogy, and then I've got the, what do they call that? Omnibus for the trilogy. I've got the novella, and I've got the first book of my next series. Oh, and then I have two anthologies there. So I don't know what weight the anthologies have when it comes to like your author load, because I'm not the publisher of either anthology. So I don't know. From what I understand, now everyone has that option. Yeah, I think so. I think I heard that. And so now I'm like, okay, get a bunch of AI books, write them in popular niche, get them narrated, easy and cheap. Yes. That's it, right? And it's just going to flood the market. And you know what's funny? I had mentioned I was reading a short story series by a gal yesterday, and I'm on the last book, and I was actually not reading it because I was like, I don't want it to end. I like her short stories; they're really good. So I didn't want to read the last book, and I'm really milking the last book. I did start it, but I'm reading it so slow. Like they're 1 hour reads. I could have finished it by now because I finished a book in like in a 1.65 days. That was my rate at the beginning of the year or mid-year or so. I don't know if it's still 1.65 books every 2 days or whatever, but or every other day or whatever it is. But I'm going through, and I have come across a couple of errors in her stories, just like 2 or 3 in 9 books, which is not bad, right? And typically, before this whole AI thing started, and if I came across an error, I'm like, you forgot to make that a plural. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be a plural word. And I think this one of them was supposed to be a plural word in her book. And I can't remember what the other one was. I think it was the wrong word. Like it was a homonym or something like that. She put the wrong one in there. And but when I came across her errors in her book, I was pretty certain her books were not written by AI. But when I came across those errors, I was like, okay, yeah, she wrote these things. It's not AI. So it's so funny now that like I used to look at the error and be like, I know how hard it is. I know because I've had, even with my editor, I paid a lot of money for my editor for my first series. And even with having her, my second book, she missed like 2 or 3 things that I found later when I was doing the audiobook. I found it when I was doing the audiobook. So editors are not perfect. And now I use two people who, one edits for his job, but he edits other things, I think, films and stuff. I can't quite remember, and then the other one, she's just an author like me. So, but her and I graduated together with our masters in writing. So both of them edit my books now, and there are misses. We're all human. We miss things, right? And I used to like get so much on myself. And so then I'd see it in other books. I'm like, there's an error. And now I'm like, oh, there's an error. You're not AI. But anyways, where some folks be, working hard, spends lots of time and or money. LOL. Wait, did I say this one? Because that made no sense to me. So I think I missed one. And so now I'm like, okay, get a bunch of, no, I did say this one, easy and cheap. Where some folks might be, working hard, spend lots of time and or money. Oh yeah. Can I post links to, yeah, go right ahead. Yep, go for it. And John's videos about the whole Audible thing so that y'all know what's going on. Yeah, I'm totally for that. Go for it. Wait, are you wrenched? You are wrenched. I don't know why I asked that. I can see it right here in the back end. You're wrenched. The Audible thing I heard is roughly, if you're not exclusive, some of your funds will go to people who are exclusive. It felt like to me that people who are exclusive were going to be losing more money. Because if you're in, I think what I understand, and I could be misremembering, or I don't think it's really misremember. I don't think I really understood the whole thing. That like if you're in Audible, if you're exclusive to Amazon right now, or how it has been, if you're exclusive to Amazon, you make more royalties. Just overall, you make more royalties if you're exclusive. But I do have my audiobook out there on other platforms, so I'm not exclusive, so I already make fewer royalties. But for those who are exclusive, they can get into this other program that they're going to have, and that's where you're going to lose more money. Like you could potentially get more money if someone only listens to like your book that month, but if they listen to multiple books, now you're going to lose even more money than what you would have originally, or something along those lines. That's kind of what I'm understanding from how everyone's breaking it down. I've listened to a few videos on it, but I don't think Amazon Audible is trying to force people to use AI, but trying to force them into their platform exclusively in order for Amazon Audible to get more revenue. Yeah, no, I don't think they're thinking, oh, we're going to force people to use AI. I think what they're thinking is the more books we have, the more money we can make. Along those lines, right? And like you said, there's a segment of people who want to make money, so they're going about it the most efficient and effective way possible. Yeah, and I think that's what I forget that part, like, because I write because this is my passion. It's my happy place. I can get lost in my worlds. Oh my Lord, I love the feeling. I don't know, like I know that only other artists could feel this way, whether you're a writer or a musician or you do artwork like painting or sculpting or whatever. And you really get into the flow, and that feeling is just like, that's my happy place. But I forget that that's not true for everyone if they're just there for money. And then that just causes a real bad confluence of goals. Yes, ChatGPT makes this email not sound like I'm angry berserker. I don't think I've ever used those exact words, but I did say, please make it sound like I'm not trying to attack them. I think that's kind of like what I said. I am very upset. I have said this. I'm very upset, but I don't want to be attacking them. I need to come off as professional. Please help me make this sound better. And it always does take out my emotion right out of it, because I'll try to, when I talk about what I want in the email, I'll try to say it like I'm writing the email, and it's just all verbal vomit. So in the same vein that I'm saying, I want to write an email about, here's what it is. Dear so-and-so, based on blah, 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 and this and this and that. And then, well, because of this, this is what's going to happen, or whatever. And then I said, can you help me make that sound more professional? Not like I'm angry. Because I can't, whatever. But yeah, it does a good job of cleaning up, other than ChatGPT does put those dashes in there. And which I don't use in dashes when I write emails. I mean, that's just not something I normally do. So if it's there, then I probably took it from ChatGPT. So you don't need to give it a name, Ree. I used to teach it. Haha, well said. Right. Yeah. But the M dash. Yes. I remember thinking that. And I was like, it has a name already. What are you guys saying? Yeah, AI is taking over, but as long as we choose our own narrators, artists, etc., we're at least doing our thing to not participate in it. Yeah. I mean, I guess I can see, to a point, I can understand, like, if a writer says, okay, I'm going to use AI for an audiobook. Creating an audiobook on your own, it's not the same thing as writing it. It's a totally different skill set. It's, you're just dictating it into a microphone. So I could see why some people might, do that if they cannot afford a narrator. Like for me, like I was like, well, I'm probably never going to have an audiobook because I'm never going to pay for anybody for it. I just don't have the money. I am too far in debt with my book so far that it's not worth it for me to hire someone to narrate my books. Now, if I had the money to do it, you betcha I would. I even know who I'd get, but I don't have the money for it. So I thought, well, if I'm ever going to have an audiobook, I just need to get in there and do it myself. And so I've been trying for a couple of years, just haven't edited anything more than my novella. So, I mean, I have lots of audio. It's just going to take a lot to edit all of it. What's a lot of book? Then you listed quite a few to me in comparison. You say, well, you got 4 books altogether, right? So you have a trilogy and a prequel that's related to the trilogy. Am I right? If I remember what I just saw on your author page. So I have 3 books in a trilogy, an omnibus, which is just putting those 3 books together. So it's not like I wrote anything new. I just put it all together. And then I have the prequel novella, sort of like what you have. So then I just have one more book than you. I mean, I've got 2 short stories and anthologies. But, I don't know. It's not really books, but I don't know what you would count. To me, I think I only have like one more book than you. To me in comparison. Wait, okay. What did I say? Okay, here. You're right. Also, do you know the titles of the videos or have the links? Oh, yeah, there. She got the links. What's going on? And here's where it becomes clear that Amazon had this in their marketing strategy. Yeah, I think I've seen that one. Is it the John Green one? I think I've seen the John Green one. Because when I watch Laura Loves Books quite a bit now. Ever since she started talking about like the Kickstarter authors who have taken the money and ran and haven't given their books out. Like one made $95,000 off her Kickstarter and still has not fulfilled it. And that was 2 years ago. So Brandon Sanderson, I've heard about Brandon Sanderson's too, but I have not seen his. I've been wanting to because he it was a couple years ago. He decided to take his books off of there or not use the platform. I don't know if they were there already or whatever, but he said he was not going to use the platform because of what their pricing structure was, and it was not very good. And so they said, basically, if I understand, I think that Daniel Green, did I say John Green? There is a John Green. Daniel Green said something about that, I think, where Audible went to him and they were trying to work with him to get better rates. And so then Brandon Sanderson brought his books to Audible, and now you can see where it's always been there in the terms or whatever it is, where they're, taking advantage of authors, basically. Hopping off, bye, cat. Got to bring my dogs out and get lunch. Thanks to Sprint, Shannon. Have a terrific rest of your day and evening. You too. I see. It's Daniel Green and John Falstaff. I think I said John Green at one point, which there is a John Green. I like watching him too. Oh, I love Laura Book. She has such great videos about the Kickstarter and such. Yeah, and she's the one I watch, and she had mentioned Daniel Green, and I think I had started watching Daniel Green already, and then she mentioned it, and then I went back to it. Because when I went back to it, I was like, this looks familiar. But okay, got to the end of the comments. Let's go ahead and get into the next sprint. See, it's 1. They'll go to 2. Yeah, that works good. My son's bus will be coming about 2 hours. 1, 2. So, but I'll still be going. And yeah, Brandon Sanchez did Kickstarter secret books on not on Audible until they came with a better plan for authors, especially indie authors. Which, from what I heard, he did go on to Audible because he said that they were making better things for the authors, better royalty rates. So, all right, if anyone has to leave out before we get back, thank you so much for being here. And for anybody else looking to keep on going, we'll get started on the next one in 3, 2, 1. See you on the other side of an hour. Yes, time on that sprint. How did you do? I'm gonna make this quick. Just got a mastermind like get together here happening in about 6 minutes that I want to go to. Um, and then the next sprint, I'm probably going to make it just 45 minutes. The mastermind won't be over yet, but I do have to go get my kiddo from the bus stop. Um, so that should take me right about to the time that I can come back, say hello, see how you guys did, and then get another hour sprint going. So that's the plan for the next one. So next sprint will be 45 minutes, and then we'll do another hour probably after that, and then that will probably be the last one. So 45 minute, an hour, and that'll probably be it for the day. Um, I left off talking about the whole thing with Audible and Brandon Sanderson and other people talking about it. And yep, now a year after Brandon Sanderson concluded that the results were not as he had hoped for. And that's the video I linked. Okay. So that's what I had heard. I hadn't seen that one, I think. Good afternoon, Green World. How's it going? Good afternoon, Green World from Adeshle. Then Adeshle says, Laura Books is the name of the Laura Loves Books, I think is what it is. And there are a few Laura with books in their username. I got to go, leaving up for runtime. Okay. So hopefully I'll remember and I will tell you it's Laura Loves Books. I doubt the stream will still be on when I'm back. So till then, see you next time. I don't know. It depends on how long you're gone for. This is a longer day for me. So thanks to Sprint. Thank you for being here. I did want to put this. I wish I got this up sooner. I was trying to find I just was doing a lot of things today. So, but Dale L. Roberts has been a great friend for me, for this channel, for the AuthorTube Writing Conference. He was the first one to believe in it. And he is doing his very first Kickstarter, which is a bringing together all of his self-publishing books that he's written, all of them updated with new information, and for his first Kickstarter to kind of hit the end of his nonfiction career, because he's going to be moving into fiction, which is sci-fi horror. So that will be interesting. But he's been an awesome individual, and I can't say enough great things about him. And if at all you are indie publishing, he has lots of great information out there, especially for anyone who's just starting. He breaks down the information that is in such an easy way to understand that I wish I would have had these books when I first started. So Adeshle, and look her up for you. I think he might have, yeah, Book Lover Lower. That's what it is. Oh, not Laura Loves Books. That's the right one. So I think he missed it though. So we'll have to try to remind him. Book Lover Lower. Yeah, that's right. I did get to in the comments. So let me go ahead and set up the next sprint for 45 minutes. And then I can go over to this mastermind. I got to log in to Zoom and get over there. All right. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for anyone else who's still sticking around, getting some stuff done, I'll see you guys on the other side of 45 minutes, and good luck. Yeah, it's time. How did you do? I went to the mastermind, except nobody was there. So I don't know. I got the email this morning stating when that was happening, but something happened. So I don't know. Maybe they sent another email, but I never went back. I just started working on graphics for my Faded Adventures again, thinking that I'm just going to work on this until they start the meeting, and but whatever. So anyways, I do have my son's bus coming here, possibly in the next 10 minutes or so. So I'm going to try and get through everything. Not that there's a lot of people here, but left off with this one here with Book Lover Laura, that's the one I've been watching a lot of recently. And Devin, hey, how's it going? Nice to see you. And JC saying hi. You don't have many days left before you're like going to be gone from the internet for 2 months, right? You're going to be going dark here soon. And saying, hey, Devin. Hi to everyone. Hiya. So, yeah, I'm going to do at least one more sprint. So, one more hour. And get some more work done. I'll still be working afterward. But I think there might be someone in the back of my mind is going tonight. Don't know who it is. Is there a reading crisis? I just got an email from Later Press, their weekly newsletter, saying, is there a reading crisis? I've been seeing a lot about that right now. Publishing's in decline. Books are bad now. Which all goes with what I was talking about earlier with what Matt Wolf was talking about. Yeah. I don't know. It'd be nice if there's something that could happen in which, people are be able to get in there and there's something, I don't know, some type of technology, but I don't see this happening, but something that go in there and can figure out what is written poorly from AI, because I'm sure there's going to be some AI stuff that's not going to be written poorly. Don't know what it would be, but sure that's going to come a time. But, or just stuff that's written poorly. But I mean, it's so subjective. I don't know. I just don't know. Anyways, yeah, about disappearing. LOL may pop in a couple streams. Oh, okay. So we might see you around a little bit. Thanks for the wonderful live stream. Going to go to sleep. Okay, have a good sleep. It's close to 10 p.m. for you. Wish you all the wonderful Thursday. Thank you so much. It was nice talking with you today. So, and then hopefully I'll get to see you for your birthday on Sunday at 6 a.m. my time. She's doing a birthday stream with a giveaway. So, but yeah. Well, my thought process is like kind of all over the place right now. I know I went to say something, but I'm like, oh, what was I trying to say? I don't know. It's crazy out there. Yeah. Matt Wolf just put a video out today. I like looking at what he puts out, because it's not always just writing or generative AI. Okay, I do have another hour timer on here. It's all kinds of stuff that's happening in AI, like medical stuff and things like that. And it's really interesting what's happening. But he does do a lot of generative videos. And the one he put out today was about making an AI agent, which I've heard the term AI agent, had no idea what that actually meant. Now I know, because I watched this video, watched it twice, because the first time I was kind of doing other stuff and I was like, wait, what? But you can make this AI agent in this website, one of the AI websites, not one I've ever heard of before. And basically you're setting up all the stuff you need to create a book. So it's kind of like writing this software for, like, say, a game or program or whatever. And then the user on the other end just plays a game, doesn't, they don't know how the back end was set up. So you're setting up the back end of this. And it was really, really easy. He did it in less than 20 minutes. And then once it was all done, he went in there and all he had to do was put in a book title and put in the book genre, and it wrote a 70,000 word novel. And he didn't read it there in the video, but he said he read through it and he said some of the dialogue was really great. The prose was even good. And I was like, oh God, like 2 seconds, put in a title, put in a genre, you got a whole book. And now with Amazon now opening, I think it's open to everyone now, where if you have a book on Amazon, you can choose to have it audio narrated by AI. So within seconds, someone could like put in a title, genre, get a book, go to Amazon, you know it doesn't take long to upload to Amazon. I know you know, Devin. Like it's really easy to upload on Amazon versus like all the other places. It's really, really simple. You get it up there and then you click to hit make the AI audio. And from what I understand, I've not gone through it, but I think Laura was talking about it on her channel, the book lover Laura. I don't remember. Saw it on some channel where they were talking about where there's just a few fields to fill out, I think, for the AI portion. I really don't know how long, but whoever I was watching said it didn't take very long. So however long that took, a few minutes, whatever, less than a day, you could probably put up like multiple books. It's probably why Amazon said now you can't publish more than what, 3 books a day or something. That was probably ahead of the curve of people being able to use this AI stuff to get up lots and lots and lots of books. Yeah. Over halfway through the Keening. Love it so far. Nice. Apparently, we haven't watched enough as to why relying on AI heavily is a very bad idea. Or watch enough movies. Right? Right? And Daniel Green talked about it as well. Yeah, Elsa dropped a whole bunch of links earlier, and one of the links that she dropped was Daniel Green because Laura, she also watches Laura. Laura had dropped the link, which I had seen parts of it, but I hadn't watched all of it. And then when I saw Laura talk about it yesterday or the day before, or whatever day it was, all these days running together, I know it was like very recent. So it was yesterday or the day before that I saw Laura's and mentioned the Daniel Green one. So I went over there and I started watching. I was like, oh, this is familiar. I think I've watched this already, but I watched it again. No more than 3 books a day. Yeah, that's what I thought it said. There was like no more than 3 books a day. I mean, you could, I don't know how long it takes to make it into an AI audio book on Amazon, but it sounded like whoever it was saying it. I think it was, I'm pretty sure it was either Daniel Green or Laura. It had to be one of those two who said that it only takes a few minutes. I bet it's not Laura because she's a book lover. That's her title, book lover Laura, or whatever it was. Um, she's a book person, not a, or maybe she was reporting on what someone said. I don't know. Few minutes for that. You could get up 3 books every day. You could take advantage of that. Make a book. It would take you 20 minutes to set up this AI agent and then write a book every day. Write 3 books every day. Get up on Amazon to get the AI audio part done. If you were someone who was looking just to make money, you could do that. That's my son's bus alarm. I gotta go get my son's bus. Alrighty. Eagle Eye Terminator, Meet the Milliners, books Light Chaser, short, easy read. Yeah. What was I was just have you watched Tail Foundry? It's the YouTube channel is Tail Foundry. Love Tail Foundry. And I think they were talking about this on one of their recent episodes too. They're all things about stories and stuff. So, alrighty, I'm gonna go. This is gonna be the last sprint. I don't know if you'll still be here, Devin, but anybody else who might be leaving out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll get started on the next hour and go to bus. 3, 2, 1, good luck. All right, that was the last sprint. How did you do? I actually got so much into my my stuff that I was doing here, the admin stuff. I was doing some graphic design stuff and other little things here and there that I totally forgot I was sprinting. So, well, that is the end though for me. Yeah, I went got my kiddo. I got there just in time too. So as I opened the door, they were there. So I was like, oh, got to run out there. Getting the kiddo from band practice. Thanks for hosting. Happy spending 744 of 1,200 words for the day. Nice. And there aren't any other comments, so I don't know if other people just kind of hanging out. I got a lot done. I still have some more I need to get done. I thought I was going to do this video today, but I don't think so. No, it'll probably be tomorrow. So, alrighty. I'm going to end it there. I don't see any more comments coming through. I will be back on Saturday with a 12-hour day. And my goal is that it will be a writing day, but we'll see if I can get far enough my admin here. And yep, that will do it. Thank you, everyone. See you. Oh, additionally, said I played a writing game. What writing game? Like online? I want to know more. You can't just like throw that out there and not tell me more. Writing and game. I like making games. That's why I have the whole Fated Adventures, because it's like a gameplay. Alrighty. Well, mobile game, LOL. Okay, so it is online. Yes, what writing game? See, JC wants to know what writing game too. So we need a name. Hi, Keiko. I was just about to leave out. I just actually had hit end stream, was about to continue until Additionally said, I played a writing game. And I was like, wait, you can't just throw that out there without giving us more information. Give me a second. Oh my God, you're going at it. Well, we're getting ready to go. But I'm just going to figure out what this game, yeah, same thing, right? I heard writing and game. Yes, I want to know what writing game he was playing. My ears perked up. Right. We'll give it a second. Let him get the name of this writing game. I want to know what the writing game is. Story Star. Okay, I'm gonna write that down. Go look it up. Story Star. And it's mobile, so it may or may not be also available on the PC. I don't do a whole lot of things on my phone, but I will look it up. Ooh, okay, looking that up right now. See? Yes, same here. All right, we'll come back and report on it the next time we're all together. All right, thank you, everyone. And it's free. Nice. Thank you. So that way I can go check it out. I'll catch everyone in a later stream. I'm pretty certain there's other people going today. I have to go look at the sheet, but there are 2 sheets down below if you're looking for more sprints to join. And have a good day, everyone. Bye, y'all.